Dia ni kalau yang mana ini enggak, mana yang tidak pun begini hidupnya dunia yang hidup dia tanah hati ini. Selain agama oleh jangan dalam diri saat saja tentu tinggal akhirat. Dunia yang kita baik mengenai ini dengan kesusahan ini itu berbeda. Udah pada level umur muka lagi ini asuya. Bagi orang sedang amat sesani pengajian ini. Udah pada kiwan mengenai injil oleh sendiri tidak tahu dia sidang oleh presiden. Udah pada soalnya umur tapi lebih banyak ini. Ada Dulu sampai meninggal kecil lagi karena pembagiannya di mana mereka juga berkaitan. Tapi begini tidak ada karena kita ada jadi kan mana salah kekinian tidak ada siapa. Buddha kemudian dengan menjadi banyak orang wajib Buddha itu aktif soalnya ini ini karena Buddha pada waktu ini juga tidak ada sosok juga tidak siapa juga jauhkan mau anak apa tidak hanya ini pun panas dia pernah ini bisa kan, ini suatu ini kayak cara itu juga. Dia juga ini ya memang ada ganti orang sedang cerita dia di kawan. Silo ini suatu soal yang mati aku kira karena dia cuma mengatakan soal itu dia juga membantu dia kalau dari dengan meja pasti jauh semua orang boleh pulang di rumah semua tanah di dengan usaha sudah jangan saya dapat di
This message is addressed delivered by the chairman of State Sangha Mahanayaka Committee to the Asian Buddhist Summit, organized by International Buddhist Confederation (IBC). Most venerable monks, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen in Dhamma, I would like to share great Minglava on behalf of the people of Myanmar. I would like to extend my heartfelt greeting to all present at this event. My heartfelt wishes to the people of India and all different countries for peace, mind, good health, and happiness. Buddhism is practiced by the monk. Is based on the teaching of Gautama Buddha, who attained enlightenment in India. The flourishing of Buddha's teachings in Myanmar today is testament to the over 2,600 years old Buddhist relationship between Myanmar and India, dating back to whom the Buddha appeared. The Shuidagong Pagoda in Myanmar, which enshrined the hair relic gifted by the Buddha to the Myanmar brothers, the Posas and Baliga, who were trading in India, stand as significant historical symbol of Buddhist heritage. And also, following the Third Council of India in the 3rd century BC, King Asoka missionaries, including Venerable Sona Thera and Uttara Thera, arrived in Myanmar, heralding the Priyati Sasana. The very vicious relationship has led to constructed to countless Asian pagodas such as Shesiko, Ananda, Sabinu, and Damayanji during the Bagan dynasty, 849 to 1294 AD, which still stand today. And India government has actively the Buddhism, promote and Buddhist tourism and cultural exchanges, strengthening ties through our shared religious tradition. Now, young Myanmar moms and nuns are pursuing studies at esteemed Indian universities such as Magra University, Delhi University, and Nalanda University, etc. These scholars having studied at these universities contribute to the global dissemination of Buddhist teaching, exemplifying the benefit of bilateral cooperations. At today, even I trust that scholars dedicated to pursuing and spreading Buddhism will engage in warm and friendly discussions on the sustainability of the religion and the exchange of Buddhist ideas for the future between India and Myanmar contribute to strengthen founded on the principle of Buddhism. May all those working to promote Buddhism through grand ceremony be blessed with good future and attain the peaceful and blissful nirvana, free from suffering. Be healthy and be happy. Most Venerable Sandhi Mabiwansa, Chairman of State Sangha Mahanayaka Committee, 5 November 2024.
Thank you, Dr. I, Member of Executive Committee, IPC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also received a video message from His Holiness Drikung Kyabgon Chetseng Rinpoche, 37th throne holder of the Drikung Kagyu lineage, India. I will request my technical team to play this message also.
Congratulations, the IPC and the Ministry of Culture, Government of India are organizing the first Asian Buddhism Summit. The vision of the uniting diverse Buddhism tradition and the and timely. This summit provides a remarkable platform of explored shared value and rich heritage of Buddhism, fostering a sense of the unity of understanding among the role of the Buddha Dharma in spreading Asia. IPC highlights the profound way of which Buddha teaching can contribute to peace, resilience, and interconnectedness in our region. May this summit become wisdom, provide a way for the meaningful dialogue and collaboration for years to come. Thank you.
We have received some other messages also, written as well as video messages, but that we will share with you later on because it's time. Honorable President is going to arrive for this inaugural session. So now this part, for the time being, it is over. Don't make any movement during the proceedings when Honorable President is here. One more request, please ensure that your mobile phones are either on switched off mode or on silent mode. During the proceedings, please don't click any picture or don't make any video. That is also a request. When Honorable President will be arriving in this hall, we will inform you. At that time, we will rise to welcome Honorable President. And when she reaches on the stage, we will have national anthem also. So at the time of national anthem also, we will be standing in our respective places to participate and to show our honor to the national anthem. At the end also, when Honorable President will deliver her keynote address, after the address, we will have again a national anthem. And at that time also, you will be informed and you will be requested to rise at your respective places. So please be seated. We welcome you all on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Om Buddhaya Namah. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, we extend our heartfelt welcome to Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji. It's a great honor for all of us that the first Asian Buddhist Summit is being inaugurated by Honorable President of India. On this occasion, we also welcome Honorable Union Minister of Minority Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Kiren Rijiju, Most Venerable Sitagus Yadav, Dr. Ashin Nyaminisare from Myanmar, who is gracing the occasion on the stage, and also the Secretary General IBC, Venerable Khatse Jangchop Choydin Rinpoche. We are delighted to welcome all the Sangha leaders, foreign diplomats and delegates, scholars and dignitaries present here, and also who are connected with us virtually from different parts of the globe. May I request Honorable President to offer flowers to Lord Buddha and light the lamp. Other dignitaries on the dais are also requested to accompany Honorable President. We are grateful to Honorable President. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, designated as a classical language by Government of India. This decision has been taken and applauded by all those countries which follow Buddhist tradition of faith and religion, because Pali is preachings and teachings of Lord Buddha. Now it's time to request venerable monks to present an invocation in Pali. With this Pali invocation, let's pray for the happiness and peace for all the humanity.
Tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa iti pisho bhagavan yara samma sambuddho icha kavidu anuttara puri sasanti sarakami vanuttara buddho bhagavan swakato bhagavan Payagarico, and Pasico, Yogo, Vachandan, Pinapo, Pino, So Padivano, Kavatu, Sham, Kasha, Bujo Padivano, Bhagavatu, Sham, Kasha, Yam Padivano, Bhagavatu, Sham, Kasha. Vinci Padivano Bhagavato Shravakasha Yadam Sattari Purisa Yogani Archa Purisa Pongala Eksa Bhagavato Savakasa Arvaninyo Pavuninyo Dhakininyo Yanjali Karuninyo Anuntam Puyam Chetaulo Bhavatu Sappamaskalam Rakantu Sappa Devata Sappha Buddhanubhavena Sada Shuddhi Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sappa Mangala Antu Sappa Devata Sappha Bhavena Sada Shuddhi Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sappa Manga Rakantu Sappa Devata Sappang Sangha Bhave Sada Shuddhi Bhavantu Te Sha Sha Sha.
Now, I would like to request the Honorable Union Minister of Minority Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Kiren Rijiju, to please come forward for his opening remarks. Honorable Minister Shri Kiren Rijiju.
Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Most Venerable Sitaku Sayadaw, Dr. Ashin Nyanyishara from Myanmar, Sastre Kensur Jangchup Choiden, the Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation, all the distinguished Sangha heads, the venerable monks, nuns, academicians, scholars, diplomats, and their friends who have gathered here. Today, we all are here. I am happy to notice such an impressive gathering of monks and nuns from across Asian continent and beyond. This truly is a reflection of close bond that exists among the Buddhist communities in these countries. These bonds are not merely driven by political and economic priorities, but most significantly by the common thread of Buddha's teachings. Buddhism spread from India to other countries through the Dhammadoots of Ashok, who traveled far and wide at a time when there was no proper transportation available. But today, we in India are glad to see all of you as Dhammadoots from your respective countries visiting this holy land of Buddha. The more that we engage and interact through forums such as the Asian Buddhist Summit, it would tend to strengthen our firm and strong association based on the Buddha's teachings aimed at a safe, secure, and peaceful world, where compassion and wisdom form the essence of our lives and the societies. Dear friends, Asian Buddhism is deeply interwoven with fundamentals of Asian values that have shaped societies for millennia. And in these values, which give us the confidence, is stating that the 21st century is the century of Asia. I would like to mention here, we are living in a very interesting as well as very challenging moment of the history. I would also like to quote Honorable Prime Minister in his first address as the Prime Minister during the Buddha Jayanti celebrated in 2014. I remember Honorable Prime Minister said, any nation which aspires to become a leading nation, a global power, must follow the path of Buddha. If you follow Buddha's teachings, you will be very considerate. You will understand the values of love and compassion. Thereafter, Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time, the Prime Minister of India expressed the feelings of not only India, but the Buddhist communities of Asia, that India has given Buddha to the world, not the world. And we will follow the path of Buddha when we are adopting various considerations for the global well-being. हमारे हिंदुस्तान भारत देश का ये सौभाग्य है कि 2600 साल पहले बुद्ध ने जो कह गया, आज देश का प्रधानमंत्री ने वही संदेश को लेकर के संयुक्त राष्ट्र में भारत की ओर से वो संदेश को फिर से दोबारा पहुंचाया है। और ये कोई मामूली शब्द नहीं है, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि भारत ने दुनिया को बुद्ध दिया है, युद्ध नहीं दिया है, ये हमारे लिए इससे बड़ा संदेश और कोई हो नहीं सकता है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री आज कई काम किए हैं, मैं उसका आज जिक्र नहीं करना चाहता हूं। सिर्फ बुद्ध धर्म नहीं, बुद्ध से जुड़े हुए जितने संस्थाएं हैं, जितना प्रार्थना स्थल है, बुद्ध का उन प्रमुख स्थानों को एक तीर्थ स्थल के रूप में विकसित किया जा रहा है। हर एक बौद्ध इस दुनिया में ये इच्छा रहती है कि अपने जीवन काल में एक बार भारत का दर्शन करना है, उस भूमि में जिस भूमि में बौद्ध धर्म का जन्म हुआ है। मैं समझता हूं आज हमारे एशियाई देशों से बौद्ध धर्म गुरुओं का यहाँ आना, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है और सौभाग्य की बात है। देश का महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी आदरणीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आज ये पहली बार फर्स्ट एशियन बुद्धिस्ट समिट में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में हमारे बीच में पधारे हैं। इसलिए मैं आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी को धन्यवाद देते हुए हमारे जितने मेहमान हैं, एक तरीके से देखा जाए जितने में बौद्ध मानने वाला है, आपको हम मेहमान नहीं मान सकते हैं, ये आपका ही धरती है। आपके यहाँ पधारना हमारे लिए ये बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। ये धरती फिर से धन्य हो जाता है बार बार। इसलिए आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर आज इस बैठक में जितने भी आए हैं, उसके अलावा सिर्फ बौद्ध धर्म को मानने वाला नहीं, विश्व के हर एक नागरिक इस बुद्ध का संदेश को समझ करके अगर चलेंगे तो विश्व कल्याण जरूर होगा। I must also mention that the government of India has been doing everything possible to develop all those Buddhist heritage that India has been associated with. We are very lucky to have Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji himself taking the lead role, and Ministry of Culture is taking active part in developing all those heritage sites connected with Lord Buddha. It is in this context that Government of India recognized Pali language as a classical language of our country, which is a great news for the whole of Buddhist community in the world. As a Buddhist, and having associated deeply with all the Buddhist communities, as well as with the International Buddhist Confederation, I feel fortunate that I am also a part of this great event today here in New Delhi. I wish this first Asian Buddhist Summit a success, and may Lord Buddha bless all of us. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to Honorable Union Minister Shri Kiren Rijiju for his opening remarks. Now I will request Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, to felicitate Honorable President Srimati Dropadi Murmuji by presenting a memento to the Honorable President of India. Now let me invite Venerable Shatse Khensur Jangpuk Chaiden, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation, for presenting Dhamma greetings to all of you.
नमस्तस्मै मुनीन्द्राय प्रतीत्योपाददेशिने येन नेन विधानेन निषिद्ध उदयवयो बीजं कृपायज्जी नशस्य राशे सतद्वृद्धये वारी समाचिराय भोगाय पाकश्च यथैव मान्या मदो ममा अत करुणा प्रशंसा या सर्वज्ञतया नयत्युपशमं शान्ते क्षीणा श्रावकान् या मार्गगतया जड जगडीधत घृतां लोकार्थ सम्पादिका सर्वाकारमिदं वदिन्ते मन्यो विश्वं यया सङ्गता तस्मै श्रावक बोधिसत्त्वगणिनो बुडधस्य मात्रे नमः विदूत कल्पना जाल गंभीरोदार मूर्तये नमः समंत्र भद्राय समंत स्मरण द्विषे ये धर्म हेतु प्रभवा हेतु तेषां तथागतो हयवदता तेषां च यो निरोध एवं वादी महाश्रमणा आकाशस्य स्थितिर्या वधावच्च जगता स्थितिः तावन्मम स्थितिर्भूय जगद दुःखानि निधन्ता अयं पुण्यं ज्ञानं च संचितं पुण्य ज्ञान क्रियोद्भूतं दवापतो तु परं तथा हेवे चे चोत बालाना में चे जे निमा गेवे छिलबगी दुदां गेरी नबे दाशी ने तादो पेने निजे दाशी जो चुनी देंबे चुचो लाना में tamju duzi denbe chinlabagi nyomo dungye dungwe dashi ne dadu bene ninzen dashi jo gendu yunde rinje bembarawa gese penze denbe chinlabagi nyebe gyunde geso nambara pe dadu pelne ninzen dashi jo 상당 라와 송매 진라바당 현재 라예 다시 내교로데 게레 삼바 이신 루바당 세리네메 데기 뎀바라이조 니모데레 쳔데레 니메 공양데레 현재 다도 데레바 군조 숨기 다시쇼
We are grateful to Venerable Shatse Khensur Jangchup Choiden when the teachings of Lord Buddha, his disciples, and preachers has kept Asia united through the common outlook towards life, divinity, and social values. This 2 days event of Asian Buddhist Summit is going to strengthen those bonds and values. For this special occasion, Team IBC has prepared a special logo. Now I will request Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji, to officially launch the logo of this Asian Buddhist Summit by pressing the remote button.
(2024). The eternal circle of spiritual energy embodies the profound connection between the mind and the soul. Each Buddhist symbol encapsulates the essence of the Buddha Dhamma, serving as a reminder of our journey toward wisdom and the interconnectedness of all beings. These symbols illustrate the path to inner peace and spiritual liberation. The Buddha with three halos and the Ashoka chakra. The serene silhouette represent the gracefully poised Buddha, and the three halos behind him represent the body, speech, and mind. The Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree represents the root of all knowledge, the tree of awakening. It is under the Bodhi tree where Siddhartha Gautama have gained enlightenment for the welfare of all sentient beings. The Buddhist flag. This flag is designed in the late 19th century as a universal symbol of Buddhism. The six vertical bands represent the five colors of the aura, which Buddhists believe emanated from the body of the Buddha when he attained enlightenment. The four circles. These circles represent the Four Noble Truths, the foundational teachings of the Buddha that revolve around suffering and the path leading to the breaking of incessant samsara. The lotus flower. This beautiful flower represents the purity of speech, of the body, and of the mind as it emerges from murky water towards the sun and remains perfectly clean, transcending desire and attachment to reveal its true nature. Holding hands in harmonious display of unity, solidarity, and reverence, Asian Buddhist countries stand hand in hand, forming a support to Buddha Dhamma. Each nation, with its unique traditions and heritage, converges to propagate the profound Buddha Dhamma, weaving a narrative of peace and embodying the timelessness of his teachings. The eight spokes. The radial eight spokes represent the eightfold path of the Dhamma Chakra. It consists of right view, right resolve, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration.
National Buddhist Confederation, with complete support from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, is proud to organize the first Asian Buddhist Summit 2024. In tandem with strengthening its bond with the Buddhist nations across Asia, the summit aims to deliberate the long term solutions that will protect all sentient beings in light of the ongoing crisis faced by society and its impact on the natural environment.
India, known as Anudavipa or Jambudava in Sparta, the birthplace of Lord Buddha.
India has a rich heritage reflecting a glorious past in almost all spheres of life, more so in spirituality. If we delve into the rich ancient Buddhist literature of the various traditions, we find a panoramic view of India of the 6th century BCE and later period, particularly of the area known as Majjhim Des or Middle Land, which consists of the places where Buddha Dhamma originated and developed. A number of heritage sites of importance to the Buddhist faith, such as Bodh Gaya, Shravasti, Vaishali, Rajgir, and Nalanda, among others, are all spread out in India. The Buddha Dhamma has been a significant cultural and religious bridge, Dham Setu, between India and southern Asia, encompassing countries like Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The Mauryan Emperor Ashoka sent 9 missionaries of the elders to preach the Dhamma in various states and foreign countries as Dhamdut. Of these, the first mission, headed by granddaughter Sanghamitra of King Ashok himself, carried the message of the Buddha Dhamma to Sri Lanka. In Southeast Asia, Buddhism began to flourish from the 3rd century BCE onwards. Emperor Ashoka's Dhamdut were instrumental in establishing Buddhist communities in modern day Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. Likewise, the archaeological record of countries like Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia points to trade as the primary factor in the spread of Buddha Dhamma. The Buddha Dhamma flourished to Central and East Asia along the Silk Route, facilitated by Indian monks like Kashyap Mata and Dharmaratna in the 1st century CE. Bodhidharma is revered as the father of Chan Buddhism in China, and Kumarji translated Buddhist texts and taught the Dhamma. Later, several monk scholars like Xuanzang and Yixing traveled to India and studied at the Nalanda University, which produced eminent Buddhist masters. Among them, Acharya Shankarakshit, Acharya Kamalashi, Acharya Atish Dipankar, and many others played a crucial role in the dissemination of Buddha Dhamma.
As Buddhism travel along the Silk Road, is adapted to different cultures, resulted in emergence of unique traditions such as Theravada in Southeast Asia and Mahayana in East Asia and Central Asia.
The Silk Road not only promoted trade, but also the exchange of religious and cultural ideas. Monks, pilgrims, and traders played vital roles in this process. The Sakas and the Kushanas, as well as Indian merchants, had carried elements of Indian culture with the Buddha Dhamma to different states of Central Asia around the 1st century CE.
धम्म को उसके मूल भाव को समझने के लिए पाली भाषा का ज्ञान आवश्यक है। धम्म यानी बुद्ध के संदेश, बुद्ध के सिद्धांत। धम्म यानी मानव समाधान। धम्म यानी मानव मात्र के लिए शांति का मार्ग। धम्म यानी बुद्ध की सर्वकालिक शिक्षाएं और धम्म यानी समूची मानवता के कल्याण का अटल आश्वासन।
During the next 2 days in New Delhi, the summit will bring an unique opportunity to bring together the diverse voices of Buddha Dhamma across Asia. Through collective reflection and action, the summit aspires to strengthen the role of Buddha Dhamma in the modern era and ensure its. The theme of this summit is Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia. The Asian Buddhist Summit aims to bring together Sangha leaders, scholars, experts, and practitioners from various Buddhist traditions across Asia to foster dialogue, promote understanding, and address contemporary challenges faced by the Buddhist community. Through the Asian Buddhist Summit, IBC aims to find a common link between various traditions, practices, beliefs prevalent in the Asian Buddhist circuit.
We are grateful to Honorable President for launching the logo of Asia Buddhist Summit. Now I will invite Most Venerable Sritagus Yadav, Mr. Ashin Yanisare, who has come here from Myanmar to deliver a special address on the subject Recognition of Pali as a Classical Indian Language. Most Venerable Sritagus Yadav.
Good morning. Most Venerable Mahasangha, I would like to deep respect to pay all of you. Your Excellency, especially Presidents of India, may all of you be peaceful and happy forever. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Very basic sutra, Mangala Sutra. Mangala. Every country, everyone, every religious person used to say Mangala. What is a Mangala? This is a summit emphasizely going to talk, used to discuss for Pali literature. Therefore, I would like to explain about Mangala. First of all, in the Atthakatha of the Mangala Sutra, Mangan, Papan, Lunadi, saying the deity Mangala. Mangala means removing all evil deed, speech, and thought. Mangala means constructing and accumulating all of good deed, good speech, and good thought. So may all of you be happy with the Mangala. What Mangala? No evil, good deed, good speech, good thought. To accumulate these three kind of Mangala. But today, I would like to congratulate Union of a Government of India, especially I would like to deep express my gratitude to Buddhist Confederation Association because Government of India in concert for Ministry of India, Buddhist Confederation can organize this World Buddhist Summit for the first time in India. I really appreciate and congratulate. Therefore, I would like to congratulate the Union of Government of India for the recognition of Pali as a classic Indian language. Pali, Pali, guardian of the Buddhist wars for many years in India. Kakusana Buddha and our Buddha is a Gorma Buddha. All Buddhas already arises in same place. All of these Buddha, when they start to turn the wheel of this Dhamma, they use to propagate the Dhamma, they use the Pali language. Therefore, Pali language is most important for Buddhist propagation, for Buddhist promotion, especially most important Buddhist preservation, it's a Pali language. Therefore, classical Indian language is the Pali. My dear brothers and sisters, I want to recite a very short stanza. Samagadi Mula Bhasa Naraya Yadi Gabido Samagadi Mula Bhasa Samagadi. Magadi means a Pali. It is a Mula Bhasa. All of Indian language, origin of the Pali language, said by the Buddha Bia, and you must say the Samagadi Mula Bhasa. Pali language is the origin of all of Indian language. Mostly, Pali language is the origin of the Buddhism. Narayaya Digabido. Digabido. Very earliest day in this war, on the globe war. No, there were no living beings from Abhasra Brahmaloka. Abhasra Brahmaloka. Abhasra Brahma came down to this empty land. When they contact each other, what is the language? What language they use? According to the Diga Nikaya, Madhika Vega, Eginya Sutra, clearly explain. Very beginning of this war, Abhasara Brahma came down from there. Abhasara Loka to this war, they contact each other in the Pali language. Wonderful history. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, Pali language is the most important for Buddha Sasana. All of our Buddha, Kakusanda Buddha also speak in Pali. Vanagamana Buddha also speak in Pali. Kasapa Buddha, Karma Buddha speak in Pali. Mention in this Atagata, Bhatika Vega Atagata, Agenya Sutra, especially mentioned even in the Brahma war. All of Pinchawokara, complete the Pinchakanda, Pinchawokara Brahma Loga, still in speaking Pali language now. Therefore, Pali di Pali, Buddha Vachanam Pali di Pali. Pali means a Buddha Vachanam systematically guarded, well guarded, systematically guarded Buddha Vachana. Therefore, Buddha Vachana spread all over the Asia, all over the Asia. In Myanmar, very famous scholar, Namosiado, Usakapala, wrote a book. In his book, Buddhist Geographica, Buddhist Geography, in his book, mentioned all over Asian country, Pali language spread all over. Not only the Pali language, Buddha's Vachana also spread all over the Asian country. Therefore, our Asian country is a real country, nowhere country, nowhere continent. Nowadays, we are gathering nowhere continent conference. This is a Buddhist summit. Ladies and gentlemen, Buddha Bia said, Amagabi Bajare, Vyamano Sabi Tudalaba. Vyamano. Vyamano. Please, mindful. Vyamano. No Vyamano. Vyamano. Brahma. Nobleman. And Panchawakara. Brahma. This Bali language nowadays. Therefore, Bali literature is really classical language in this Buddhist world. Pali means guarded and keeper. It is the guardian of the Buddha Vachana, only protector of the Buddha Vachana. Buddha Vachana is the word of the teaching of the Buddha, which is Tipika, Sutanta, Vinaya, Abhidhamma. These three Tipikas are called Buddha Vachana in Pali language. Pali di Pali. Well guarded through the 2,500 years journey. First great Sangha Council was called in India, but in Rajgiri. Second council was called in Vaishali. Third council was called in Padana, Badaliputra. Fourth council in Sri Lanka. Fifth and sixth council in our country. In every Buddhist council, all Sangiti, all Sangayana, we use a Buddhist language only, this Pali language only, not any other language in Sangayana. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear brothers and sisters, in conclusion, we say the concepts of graduation system and Buddhism, the Buddha Dhamma, guardianship of the Buddha Dhamma reflect the deep respect, responsibility toward preserving and protecting the spiritual and cultural heritage and decay Pali. Just as a well-guarded treasure, the teaching of the Buddha are cherished and kept safe for future generation and Pali. So this conference, not only the Asian Summit, but also we should say Aryan Continent Summit. Main subject is Pali literature is a well-guarded Buddha Savasana through the 2,600 years journey. Therefore, Pali literature is a really classical literature of the India. Thank you all.
We are grateful to the most venerable Chittagos Yadav, Dr. Ashin Yanitsure, for this special address on recognition of Pali as a classical Indian language. May I now request Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat for his address, please.
नमो तस्य भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा sambuddhassa. Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji, Honorable Minister of Parliamentary and Minority Affairs, my dear friend, Shri Kiran Rijijuji, Chancellor Sitagu International Buddhist Academies, Myanmar, Most Venerable Saida Dr. Ashin Nainisaraji, Secretary General of IBC, Sharaste Khensu Rinpoche, Jagchup Choedinji, Venerable Sangha members, and esteemed delegates. On behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you to this historic First Asian Buddhist Summit 2024. We gather here in the sacred land of Bharat, where the Tathagata attained supreme enlightenment and set the Dharma wheel in motion. We extend our deepest gratitude to the Honorable President of India for honoring us with her presence today. Despite her demanding schedule, she joins us embodying her steadfast commitment to the Buddha's teaching of peace and harmony. Today, her presence is a true inspiration, reinforcing India's dedication to the values of compassion, wisdom, and unity that this summit cherishes. As the Buddha said in the Mahaparinirvan Sutta, Yena keni ananda dhammancha navanayancha deepa navahara yasanti tayam pajjam machayen. Those who live having the Dhamma and Vinay as their right, as their refuse, will be my true heirs. In true sense, the Buddha Dhamma is a way of life. It preaches the very philosophy of life, how to live a life in peace, happiness, and harmony within the share, the same with compassion, loving kindness, and equanimity with the society and community. All of us as human beings, whether Buddhist and non-Buddhist, alike can find inspiration in the Buddha's message of honesty, compassion, and respect for all living things. Today we stand united as inheritors of this profound legacy. India, as a Janmabhoomi, the birthplace of Buddha Dhamma, reaffirms its commitment to strengthening the Dhamma Setu, the Buddhist bridge connecting Asian nations, preserving and developing Buddhist heritage sites, promoting Buddhist and Pali studies and research, supporting international Buddhist cultural exchange, and facilitating Buddhist pilgrimage circuits. The presence of Buddhist leader, erudite scholars from across the Asian countries symbolizes the living tradition of Buddha Dhamma that continues to guide humanity towards peace, wisdom, and compassion. As we face global challenges, the middle path and four noble truths of the Buddha offer timeless solutions. This summit aims to foster Buddhist diplomatic relations, address contemporary social issues through Buddhist perspectives, strengthen cultural bonds between Buddhist nations, promote Buddhist tourism and pilgrimage, and preserve ancient Buddhist manuscripts and artifacts. Let us remember the Buddha's words from Dhammapada, Dullabho Purisadanjo, Nasor Sabbatha Jayati, Dalayatha Sojayati Dhiro, Kankulam Sukhamedati. Hard to find is a person of great wisdom. Such a person is not born everywhere. Where such a wise person is born, that family prospers. The first Asian Buddhist Summit 2024 represents a unique opportunity to bring together the diverse voices of Buddha Dhamma across Asia. By fostering dialogue, addressing contemporary challenges, and promoting the rich cultural heritage of Buddha Dhamma, the summit aims to contribute to a more compassionate, sustainable, and peaceful world. Through collective reflection and action, the summit aspires to strengthen the role of Buddha Dhamma in the modern era and ensure its enduring relevance for future generations. May this summit strengthen our shared Buddhist heritage and contribute to global peace and harmony. With these words, I welcome all of you in this conference, in this summit. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Union Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will witness a short cultural performance based on the teachings of Lord Buddha. This is being presented by Anveshna Society for Performing Arts. The concept, direction, and choreography is by Sangeeta Sharma.
Invoking the universal synergy of Buddha, a depiction of peace, love, wisdom, mindfulness with enlightenment. Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal rule. Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without.
Peace comes from within. This was the cultural performance by Sangeeta Sharma and her troupe. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to make our humble request to Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji, to deliver her keynote address. Honorable President of India.
Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs, Sri Kiran Rijiju ji. Most Venerable Sitagu Sadhab Dr. Asin Nainasar ji. Secretary General International Buddhist Confederation. Saratse Khensur Rinpoche Jongchung Choyaden. Monks and delegates from Asian countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let the flowers offered to the Buddha here spread the fragrance of our goodwill in all directions. Let the lamp we have lit here spread the light of wisdom. I am delighted to be here today, and I see before me a cross section of the modern day Sangha. Many of you have come here from far away places. You speak different languages. You are wearing robes of different colors and shades. But all of you are united in your striving for Dharma, walking on the paths shown by the Buddha. It is my honor to welcome you all to India and to this summit. International Buddhist Confederation, or IBC is short. In short, must be commended for organizing this two-way conference.
The themes chosen for the summit, the role of Buddha Dharma in strengthening Asia, is age after age, it is timely. Over these 2 days, will engage in dialogues and discussions about the Buddha Dharma and its role in contemporary society. India is the blessed land of Dharma. Here, in every age, there have been great masters and mystics, seers and seekers who have shown humankind a way to find peace inside and harmony outside. The Buddha holds a unique place among these pathfinders. The enlightenment of Siddhartha Gautama under the Bodhi tree in Buddha Gaya is an event unparalleled in history. He not only attended incomparably rich insights into the working of the human mind, he also chose to share them with all people in the spirit of Bhojana Sukhayo, Bhojana Hitayo Cho, for the welfare of the masses. For 45 years after his enlightenment, he went from place to place preaching the Dharma. He took his message to a variety of audiences, kings and artisans, men and women, monks and lay people. The to spiritually involved people, he explained the causes and conditions that shape human experience to ordinary people. He taught how to lead a moral life. What is Buddha Dharma? Ashok the Great, embracing Buddhism, had his, and I quote, Dhamma is good. And what is Dhamma? It is having few faults and many good deeds, mercy, charity, truthfulness, and purity. Unquote. Over the centuries, it was only natural that different practitioners would find different meanings in the Buddha's discourages, and thus there arose a variety of sects. In broad classifications, today we have Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana traditions, with many schools and sects within each of them. Moreover, such flowers of the Buddha Dharma proceeded in many directions over different periods of history. In one wave, it was transmitted to Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Cambodia, Indonesia, and other places in Southeast India. Another wave took the words of wisdom to Tibet and Nepal, and then to China, Mongolia, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and elsewhere. While their interpretation of the Tathagata's message differ widely, what must be noted is that there is no contradiction among them. The Buddha's first discourse at Sarnath near Varanasi remains fundamental, and layers of further and further refined understanding of it are added to it. This spread of Dhamma over all expanding geographical area created a community, a larger Sangha. In essence, India, the land of the Buddha's enlightenment, is at its center, but its larger Buddhist Sangha. That its center is in everywhere and circumference nowhere. This is all the more true because apart from Southern Buddhism and Northern Buddhism, it has also been spreading in the only remaining direction in the last 2 centuries, and it has come to known as Western Buddhism. Dear friends, when the world today is facing an existential crisis on many fronts, not only strife, but also the climate crisis, your large community has much to offer to humankind. The various schools of Buddhism show the world how to counter narrow sectarianism. Their central message remains focused on peace and non-violence. If one word can capture the Buddha Dhamma, it has to be karuna or passion, which is what the world needs today. As the theme of the summit has captured it well, we need to discuss the role of Buddha Dhamma in strengthening Asia. Indeed, we need to expand the discussion to see how Buddha Dharma can bring peace, real peace, to Asia and to the world. The peace free from not only physical violence, but also from all forms of greed and hatred. The two mental forces at the root of all our miseries, according to the Buddha. India has and will continue to do all it can to partner with you in this endeavor, just as you too have contributed to it. Here I am thinking of the preservation of the Buddha's teachings and how it has been a great collective endeavor for all of us. His precious words would have been lost after his Parinirvana, but it was an assembly of monks held in Rajgir who preserved his message for posterity. Eventually, his followers collected his discourses in the Tipitaka. It was first set down in the verbal form, transmitted from generation to generation, and it too might have been lost. Monks in Sri Lanka set it down in writing on palm leaves. Later, when the great library of Nalanda was destroyed, many texts would be recovered from the Tibetan and Chinese translations. This is what makes Buddhist literature a truly shared heritage for us. You will be glad to learn that we have continued such efforts in this century too. It was only last month that the government of India granted the status of classical language to Pali and Prakrit, among other languages. While Sanskrit has already been included in that category, Pali and Prakrit will now receive financial support, which will surely contribute significantly to the preservation of their literacy and treasures and to their revitalization. This summit, I am confident, will go a long way in strengthening our cooperation based on our shared heritage of the Buddha's teachings. I am sure you will have a fruitful dialogue over the next 2 days. Let me end by extending the invitation to those of you who have come from abroad to visit the National Museum here and also the places in the Buddhist circuit for a view of the rich Buddhist heritage. May Dhamma bring joy and happiness to all. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai.
Grateful to the Honorable President of India. Please rise for the national anthem. You all are requested to rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the inaugural session of this first Asian Buddhist Summit We are grateful to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Dropadi Murmuji, for gracing the occasion and inaugurating this first Asian Buddhist Summit. We also express our gratitude to the Union Ministers, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat Shri Kiren Rijiju, Most Venerable Sitagu Siadov, Dr. Ashin Nyanisare from Myanmar, and other dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the proceedings of today's program as per schedule. So I will request all of you, please remain seated. All will be requested to remain seated for the further proceedings of this first Asian Buddhist Summit. After the inaugural session, we have so many important technical sessions in which very learned persons and scholars and senior monks, Sangha leaders are participating from different Asian countries and from other than Asian countries also. So I will request all of you, please remain seated for further proceedings. We have some very important addresses and messages which we will share with you after this inaugural session. We have technical sessions also. And after these special addresses and video addresses, there will be overview session after the lunch and South Asia. That the whole technical sessions will be focusing different regions of Asia. So we will be having South Asia focused session, then Central Asia, and that will be continued further. So now I will request His Eminence 13th Kondiling Taksak Rinpoche, Drupeng Gomang Monastery, India. He has come from there. I will request him for his special address on this occasion. I will request all of you, please be seated, remain seated, and listen to this special address by His Eminence 13th Kundaling Taksak Rinpoche from Drupeng Gomang Monastery, India.
관계 투쟁에서는 다와 담제 방배치 담배 취연의 뜬세 고담되라 차세라 Prishtle and very good morning. Honored Masanga, esteemed guests and dear Dhamma friends. It is a deep honor to join this gathering of the Asian Buddhist Summit here in Delhi. A unique convergence of voices from across the Buddhist world. Together, we hold in our hand an incredible opportunity to strengthen our bonds, to share with each other in order to deepen our understanding, and to renew our commitment to peace and compassion. Today, we meet in India, the sacred birthplace of Buddhism. It was here that Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment, initiating a noble journey of Buddha Dharma that would go on to guide countless beings across generation and continent. India has not only held bright the light of Buddhism within its own culture journey, but it has shared it with the world, give a boundless compassion that serve as an anchor for each spirit of interconnectedness. Buddhism continue to flourish today, not only as a spiritual path, but as a profound influence in many scholar contexts and fields. In governance, India's embrace of the Panchshila principles exemplifies Dharma's contribution to ethical governance and peaceful coexistence. In the science, Dharma's insight on the mind, impermanence, and interdependence have sparked exploration and new understanding. And in our daily lives, a Buddha's teaching offer timeless wisdom that speak to our need for awareness, compassion, and warm-heartedness. Tibet, too, has played a unique role in preserving and embodying these teachings. His Holiness Dalai Lama often humorously remarks that we Tibetans have been good chillers, devoted students of India as our guru for centuries. The Tibetan culture, language, and daily lives have been deeply intertwined with the values of teachings of the Buddha. Tibetan Buddhism has preserved Dharma teachings so well, standing as a vital bridge between Buddhism ancient root and our modern world. Today, Tibetan monastic and lay people alike serve as vessels of Dharma, sharing it with people far beyond the borders of Tibet. And we Tibetans always feel truly indebted to India, both the Indian government and the people of country, for always standing by us as our stand. This summit holds particular relevance in today's world, marked by complex challenges and opportunities. As we come together from diverse Buddhist traditions, we reaffirm our commitment to creating a future rich in wisdom, compassion, and unity. Our discussion and exchanges will remind us that Buddhism is not a static inheritance but a living tradition with enduring relevance. By fostering the involvement of youth and cross cultural understanding, we honor the Buddha's legacy and deepen the potential of Buddha Dharma to uplift humanity in every era. With sincere gratitude, I extend heartfelt thanks to the International Buddhist Confederation for bringing us together for this noble cause. May this summit inspire us all to continue building a world of wisdom, compassion, harmony, and non-violence for generations to come. Thank you.
We are grateful to His Eminence 13th Kondaling Tatsak Rinpoche from Drupang Gomang Monastery, India, for his special address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will disperse for the lunch. We will have a lunch break. So I will request all of you from your right side of exit gate, there is a way to the place where lunch has been arranged. You all are requested to join us for the lunch. I will request all of you, please join for the lunch. For this lunch break, we have 40 minutes only. So after 40 minutes, just after the lunch, I will request all of you, please come back to your seats so that the technical sessions we can start as per the schedule. So I will be requesting all of you, please join for the lunch. Lunch आपके राइट साइड में एग्जिट गेट से बाहर निकलकर वहां अरेंज किया गया है और लंच के ब्रेक के बाद आफ्टर 40 मिनट्स वी विल बी असेंबलिंग हियर फॉर द टेक्निकल सेशन For the lunch, you will proceed from your right side exit gate to the lawn area where lunch has been arranged. From your right side exit gate, you will proceed to the lawn area just in front of the gallery, and the lunch has been arranged there.
Mời các thành viên Việt Nam lên trên sân khấu chụp hình, các thầy các sư cô luôn.
We will have photographs later on. Please take your seats. All are requested to take seats, please. We are, and also I will request within 2 minutes, just clear the stage because we are going to have session. Just 2 minutes, have a photograph and come down, please. हमारा सेशन जो है वो हम स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हैं, सो प्लीज नो प्लीज प्लीज आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू, प्लीज टेक योर सीट. सभी बैठ जाएं ताकि हम अगला सेशन जो है वो शुरू कर सकेंगे और हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन है. तो आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, आप ऑल आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू टेक योर सीट्स एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल, प्लीज. So once again, I extend heartfelt welcome to all the honorable and venerable monks dignitaries, scholars, and experts who have here on the invitation of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. On behalf of Ministry of Culture, International Buddhist Federation, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you. After the inaugural session, where Honorable President of India was the chief guest, we are going to have this session, which is focused and dedicated to the theme dissemination of Buddha Dhamma in Asia. In tandem with strengthening its bond with the Buddhist nations across Asia, International Buddhist Confederation has organized this grand two-day Buddhist summit on 5th and 6th of November 2024 in Delhi. And the theme of this summit is a role of Buddha Dhamma in strengthening Asia. And in this session, we are going to focus on this theme only. So, moderator of the session is His Eminence Sharkhentrul Jamphel Lodro Rinpoche from Australia. I will request His Eminence Sharkhentrul Jamphel Lodro Rinpoche to come on stage. The moderator of this session, I will request His Eminence from Australia to please come on stage and take his seat. The speakers in this session are Professor K.T.S. Sarao from India, former HOD Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, India. Our second speaker in this session will be Professor Sion Ramon, India and USA. He is Affiliate Professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, University of Washington, USA. The next speaker of this session is Most Venerable Mingyu Rinpoche from Nepal. And from Vietnam, we are privileged to have Most Venerable Thich Nhat Tu, who is Standing VC, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. And one more speaker we will having Most Venerable Arya Wangso from Thailand. So all these speakers are requested to come on stage, take their seats, and others are requested to please remain seated or take your seats. Please don't move around. Take your seats and participate in this first overview session, which is dedicated to the theme dissemination of Buddha Dhamma in Asia. And as I informed you earlier also, the parallel session we are having in room number 294 on the second floor of this same hotel. So who are participating in the parallel sessions are requested to proceed to the room number 294 immediately, because you are being awaited there. You are just reach there as early as possible in room number 294, second floor, Hotel Ashoka, the same hotel. So as I informed you, the speakers and moderator are on stage. So I will request all of you, please put your hands together to welcome these dignitaries and scholars from different parts of Asia and the globe. And I will request His Eminence Sharkenthul Jamphel Lodro Rinpoche from Australia, who is a renowned, request him to moderate this session and start the proceedings of this session.
Hello, everyone. You ready to listen? So, good afternoon, everybody, Venerable Sangha members and distinguished guests. honorable ones. We are very fortunate. We have here incredible, distinguished 5 guests have a presentation. The session 1, overview, dissemination of Buddha Dharma Asia. Welcome to the stage of the 5 dissemination speakers. Professor KTS Sarao, the Professor KTC Sarao, the former head of the Department of the Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, India. Professor Sion Rahman, affiliate professor of the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineer at the University of Washington in USA. The most venerable Yongge Mangyar Rinpoche, meditation master in Karma Karyut in Nepal. The most venerable Tigna Chu, standing VC, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. Most venerable Arya Wang So from Buddha Pujari, Panjiha Forest Monastery in Thailand. Sarao will now present his paper on dissemination of the Buddha Dharma network and Buddha images. Professor Sarao has received multiple degrees and PhD in subjects ranging from the history, economic and language and Buddhism. In addition to heading the Department of the Buddhist Studies at the University of Delhi, he has taught 8 world's most distinguished universities, include Cambridge and the Sorbonne and the Donko, who name a few. Professor, we are very grateful and looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I'm really grateful to IBC, especially its DG Dr. Haldar and Secretary Dr. Pant, my co-panelists on the stage, and Dharma brothers and sisters. It's really an honor to make a presentation before you. PPT ka kya hua bhai? How about the PPT? Anyway, okay. I was supposed to make a PPT presentation. I have about 30-40 copies of my paper lying near my seat on the table. If somebody could maybe give some of the copies if you are interested. In any case, because it's not possible to make a PPT presentation and the paper is very lengthy. And the time given is only about 15 minutes. And even my computer is a little stalled, so I'll just speak extempore. Now, my topic is about how the dissemination of Buddhism takes place in the Indian subcontinent and how the ground is prepared for its dissemination beyond India. No, this doesn't work with me. It's too old content. In this paper, I have tried to show that Buddhism basically is it grows up and originates in India in a kind of material milieu which is primarily urban. And it is basically the urbanites who extend sport to Buddhism during its nascence. And then after the Mahaparinirvan, how the Sangha is able to disseminate the Buddha Dharma into different parts of the Indian subcontinent. Those of you who are familiar with the working of the commercial routes in India from about the 6th century BCE onwards, you see that we have two major highways in India which have already become fairly functional within the Uttarapath, the northern route in the northern part of India, and the Dakshinapath, the route that extends towards southwest of India. And by the time we come to the period of King Ashok, this highway, not exactly one road, multiplicity of different roads and smaller ways connecting different urban centers in the Indian subcontinent on which traders were traveling. And we get this impression, very clear impression in the literature that deals with the dissemination of Buddhism within India. For example, even the Pali, Tipitaka, and the Atkathas, you see that right from the beginning, when the Sangha becomes sedentary, you have large number of monastic institutions coming up, and monks now are also, apart from being dharma teachers, are also kind of scholars who have to do the scholarly work, writing later on, for example, and also to manage these major monastic institutions, viharas and chaityas, which obviously needed a lot of kind of material stuff to maintain them and support them. And so when you do the reading of the Vinay Pitak, for example, between the lines, you realize that there is already a kind of provision made for monks and nuns to somehow ensure that material support for the maintenance of these viharas and chaityas is available. They are able to maintain them, they are able to extend them, and also some of these viharas with the passage of time have sort of metamorphosed into major universities, medicinal centers, and for that obviously you need solid material support. And it is here that the mercantile community of India extends full support. Also, some scholars have suggested that in the Brahmanical Hindu dharma, travel wasn't really as much possible as the Buddhist monks were able to do. And so you see very clear indication in the Vinay Pitak, for example, that the monks and nuns are given certain privileges within the rules that they can solicit support. So you have a monk or a nun who is a dharma teacher. He extends his dharma to you and various kinds of spiritual support that you need as a family man or as a businessman who are traveling long distances. And so this businessman, in return of the dharma support and also the kind of psychological support that these traders needed, the support of goods and body, protection of goods and body. And so these merchants and monks kind of became partners. So all these highways and bikes transport their goods from place to place, and the monks were generally traveling in their company to the extent that even the Varshavas, the rainy retreat, even during the rainy retreat, monks were allowed under certain circumstances to travel with these caravans, commercial caravans. And so you see a kind of very close relationship between the merchants and the Sangha, whereby they extend support to each other. And a critical look at the sources gives the impression as if the two helped each other in sort of extending their own kind of areas of specialization. So if you look at the archaeological record of the different Buddhist vihar, all of them are located on these trade routes. So these merchants were extending all kinds of support to the extent that with the passage of time, these viharas also started working as sort of guest houses. So the monks would extend this facility to these traders. So some sort of banking facility was made available to these merchants by the different viharas. So there was a kind of very close cooperation between the two sides. So generally, I think the most important contribution in the dissemination and proper establishment of the dharma, at least in the Indian subcontinent, took place because the mercantile community extended full support to the dharma. And I wish I could show you the map of different centers, how this worked. And some scholars have even suggested that big major viharas like Sanchi, the Sanchi stupas and many viharas, this area could actually sustain itself. The Sangha establishment could sustain itself in this area only because Sangha was able to contribute towards the economic development of this area. So you had expert monks and other people that the Sangha had hired, civilian experts who extended help by things like water management, because water is in short supply in this central India. And so in developing their agriculture and the management of their farms. So this is for the first time since the origin of Buddhism that you see in central India that the dharma is engaged in the development of even agriculture. So in my paper, this is one thing which I have stressed on. The second thing that I have talked about in my paper is the Buddha becomes a kind of institution which cannot be described in words, not so easy to describe. Certainly, it was not possible to describe a person who has attained enlightenment. It was not possible to explain or show or depict that kind of personality through painting or through an image. So therefore, the Buddhist Sangha was totally against an effort to make an image of the Buddha, because you simply could not depict the Buddha through an image. It is only by about 2nd century BCE when northwestern part of India all the way till Mathura was first controlled by the Shakas and the Pahalvas and then the Kushanas. These people with who are called Indo-Greeks basically, people with the Hellenistic connections, and the Hellenistic people did not have any hesitation in making images of their gods and goddesses and so on and so forth. And so therefore it was perhaps some kind of political interest of the Kushanas that was behind persuading some of the members of the Sangha that images of the Buddha should be made. And so the first rebels, Theravadins were totally against it. The first rebels that you come across are the Mool Sarvastivadins. One version of their Vinaya that has been found in Kashmir and Gandhar, in that first time you come across proper evidence where the Sangha now sanctions of making the image of the Buddha. And so that was the first time. And so now here, apart from the Sangha, that is the robe, and the mercantility of the country, the polity. So the robe, and Kuber and polity. These three institutions now ultimately seem to have seen personal interests in the kind of development and growth of each other. And so therefore, ultimately, I would conclude by saying that the dissemination of the Buddha Dharma in India takes place because, number one, mercantile community extended full support to the Sangha for their personal benefits as well, of course, and a large number of kings, the Mauryas, for example, King Ashoka particularly, and before that the Kushanas and the Shakas and the Pahalvas extended full support to the dissemination of Buddha Dharma when Buddha Dharma, particularly northwestern part of India, becomes very important. From there moves into Central Asia and China and so on and so forth, because they also saw that supporting Buddha Dharma will provide sufficient stability and peace in their empires. So therefore they thought it would be better to support the Dharma, and merchants also, especially Mathura, which was a kind of Putta Bedanang, a sort of commercial junction So it is generally suggested by scholars, though not without disagreements, that the first images of the Buddha were made in the Mathura area, and of course shortly after in the Gandhara area, and then slowly various sects of Buddhism also accepted that the images of the Buddha we made, and these traders who were carrying small images of the Buddha with them when they were traveling into distant areas, which was obviously very dangerous to travel in those areas, not so easy. And so psychologically, the merchants also felt very secure carrying an image of the Buddha. So here in the dissemination of the Buddha, Buddha Dhamma, the traders carrying the image of the Buddha also sort of. Oh, thank you.
On time, Finishi. That's really good. The Professor Sion Roman will present his paper on duration of the perspective and the clinical applications. Professor Roman has a PhD from the University of the Utah in the field of the laser physics and quantum optics. For 40 years, he has studied root Buddhist texts, and currently, as emeritus professor, he is researching cognition while integrating neuroscience and with Buddhist philosophy to trace brain disorder. Thank you, Professor.
See if you can get the slideshow going. No, I haven't got it here. Hello. How do I get the slideshow going here? Okay. There. Okay. Oh, okay. Are we on? I don't think we have slides. Oh, yeah, there we are. Okay, well, so to start with, my name is Sion Ramon, and I'm going to talk about how mental cognition timeframes were measured long time ago, and how they might match up with what we do nowadays, and also if there are medical applications. So, start with a while back, so like centuries ago, when there were no clocks and monks and many people meditating, and they were trying to figure it out how fast the thoughts arise and how fast they subside. And the only way they could do it, there was only two things: length of a finger snap and how a day and night time frame goes. And from there, they begin to invent some concepts and general measures how to figure all those things out. These things are well described by Vasubandhu and also by Chandrakirti, and there are several time frames that suggested at that moment. And one of them was what is called instant. Now, nowadays, using our digital clocks, we can figure it out that the instant used to be like about 13 milliseconds. And from there, oh, I need to go back. And this instant in Sanskrit is called chara, and often in English books they will write it as Ksana, where K is silent in pronouncing. So it is closest in English will be shana, or correct will be charm. So out of that, then many other time frames were figured it out by monks, and one of them was finger snap is about 60 to 65 instants, which is about 0.8 second, and similarly, how long a human thought is. And these things we can measure nowadays. It's very easy to do that. One example will be a finger snap. Finger snap is very easy. So all you have to do is just take a digital timer and just go finger snap. Here I'm showing you in a very slow motion. And if you measure it, comes out to be about 0.83 second, which is very similar to what Buddhist monks thought about it without a clock long time ago. So it shows a good match with what people did long time ago. Now, to go into more time frames, I have to jump into neuroscience. So now I'm going to make you guys neuroscientists in 1 minute. So here is one subject, which happens to be me. And on head, you are seeing lot of electrodes over here. And when you measure, then you can look at the EEG data which is coming out. And when you plot the front of the head, which is right here, where all the emotions are. And when you look into slightly left side, then you will see where memory and language areas are. And in the back of the brain over here is where what is known as the visual cortex happens to be. Okay, so let's say we measured the data and now we are looking at it, try to find out how long an instant or chara might be. So here I'm showing you plots beginning at some point while a person is doing nothing and then slowly seeing how things are changing. So if you look at the back of the brain right here, see how, oh, slides are going faster. Okay, so see, back of the brain, it is getting more active, more active, more active, and eventually it begins to change. So from here to here is what in the brain sciences we will call is a instant or chara, which comes out to be very similar to what Buddhist meditators thought about it a long time ago. Comes out to be the same thing. Now this instant is very changeable. If we were to look at a normal person, here I'm showing you the brain activity of a person, and red color where brain is very active. Blue or green color means brain is sort of in a quieter period. So between two quiet periods, you can see transition time takes about 12 milliseconds. Now, if a person is meditating or he is trying to think very strongly about any object, then what will happen is that you can see the quiet period, the blue color becomes more predominant, and it shows it takes a longer time for brain to go from low to high energies. And this shows that the instant a meditator can change it very easily from a small moment to a larger movement. And that could be done very frequently. Okay, the reason behind is if you're looking from the biochemistry cell, which is a neuron, which is sitting in the brain all over, by thinking, you can change the flow of currents in and out of the cell. And that in turn changes the activity of the brain. And this shows that by thinking, you are able to change the duration of an instant, which also simply means a meditator can very easily focus on an object for a short time or for a long time. And an experienced meditator might be able to hold on to an object for hours or even longer. So I just wanted to give you that's what happens. Another example will be like when you look at an object. So like you look at an object and then you think about it, visualize, and then see what happens. In that way, we can figure it out some more thing what brain is doing. So here is an example. What is going out in the brain is I look at one of the data in the visual area, which is back of the head, and it is going onward. And these are the EEG traces of a person, but at different stages, brain is doing different things. So at 0.1 second, you get an initial impression of the object. This is like a beginning of what you are going to think about the object. Next step might be about 0.35 to 0.6 seconds, where you are going into the front of the brain and beginning to look for what is the name of the object is, what's the shape of the object is, how it looks like, and it is called a name and form. And after a certain more time, around this time, uh, you recognize. So you recognize what an object is and begin to say, I know what it is. So in science, we call it eureka or moment. And next is you go into your memory and say, okay, this is a cat, or this is a dog, or this is image of a Buddha. And so you compare that knowledge, and then slowly you begin to integrate that knowledge in your brain. And after that, brain begins to go into a normal state, whatever it was doing. So this whole process is what the process of looking an object is. Now, this is from the neuroscience. Next slide, I will impose what uh, Buddhist philosophy will say. So, first impression of the object is about thought movement, and which will happen as an instant also. Following that, in these two frames over here, we are looking at what the name and form will be, or what you call like a meaning generalities. And similarly, when you go to the next stage, then when we call a mental action, which means you have recognized the object, you know what it is. So it is a complete mental action, which takes about 0.86 seconds. And then total completion of a thought is a one human reflection. And so these terminologies match very well with what we talk about in Buddhist philosophy. So it does. So there is a good similarity of what neuroscience is seeing and what Buddhist meditators saw long time ago. Okay, then there is something very interesting comes out. Meditators were also able to recognize slight changes in the thought process. And that's actually is a very slight. Uh, People who are familiar with science, this is called 14 microseconds. Micro is like a very tiny fraction of a second. And these meditators were able to recognize those very short changes quickly, and that happens to be, I would call it, a great mental engineering that they can detect it. We are not even able to measure these things right now. The only way we can do is to speculate. Such a high activity will happen inside a neuron. So here is a neuron. In any connecting neuron, there will be long fibers of interaction of the gravity waves and electrical waves. And from there, we can see those interactive phenomena might be what produces the short changes in the duration of an instant. And those were what people were seeing long time ago. So that's what happened. Okay. So now jumping from neuroscience to health. Okay. Summary. By thinking, we can change the duration of instant. So right away, it becomes a good way to apply it to problems of health. So combining like behavioral modifications, we can do many things. And if you look in a very simple way, here I have written that Buddha was a great psychologist. I mean, entire Buddhist teaching is to modify your behavior. So it is, in a way, is a psychology. So, so if we were to develop a system where people are wearing electrodes, we can measure their EEG activity. And then in addition, we might have a video screen where we can see your brain waves and how they are changing with time. And I can show you that when you think like a good moral behavior or joyous thoughts or even generosity, which are all part of principles of paramita, you can combine all these things and you can see your brain waves are changing. So if you have a lot of anxiety, suddenly you see your brain patterns are very fast changing. But if you think of generosity or some other positive thinking, you might see that your brain waves are going back to normal. So in this way, one can see and treat or teach people how to reduce their anxiety, how to reduce their depression, and all of these things are possible. So this is only for people with problems. People who are meditating or people who are curious, you can also see your brain patterns and brain patterns, how they change with your thought processes. And it all becomes that uh, you view your brain activity, then you can train yourself. And so this way, if you don't mind, I would say you can see your brain activity and become a more great meditator in that way. Okay, so this is what I wanted to bring out. This is a suggestion, and anybody could go and develop these things. Some of us will also do, but it is open to everybody. So anyone in the audience, especially younger people, just take on the task. I'm getting old, so you guys have to take on the task and do these things. Okay, so my final summary is that long time ago, what meditators saw to study dependent origination and impermanence, and they found some time frames. In neuroscience, we can measure them, and there is a very good match. And all of these things can be applied to treat many types of brain disorders. That happens. Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. My last slide is just to thank everybody, particularly conference organizers, and to the audience for listening to me. And it is my hope that it will benefit all of us. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Time's a little bit over, but so interesting, so I couldn't interrupt. So We are very grateful. Welcome out our third speaker, the most venerable, Yongge Manjir Rinpoche. Share his wisdom with us, Buddhist determination in Nepal. Oh, I have to read, Yongge Manjir Rinpoche is the most influential spiritual leader of in Tibetan Buddhism today, and he is the best-seller author of The Joy for Living and In Love with World, both which have been translated into up to 20 languages. And Manjir Rinpoche oversees the Tergara meditation community and monastery, as well as many initiatives that improve that quality of many people living throughout the Himalayas. Please, Rinpoche.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all the Sanghas, members, delegates, friends. So I would like to discuss about the Buddha's way, Buddha's journey. So I was born in Nepal in the middle of Himalaya mountain. My name of my village called Samagaon. Only about 150 house, not many. But we have the world 8th highest mountain, Manasilo. And in my village, the culture and spiritual is all infused by Buddhist, which is the Buddha Dharma, which has come from India and spread out to the Himalayan region. So when I was young, I play with the sand, build sand castle, and it collapsed. The castle collapsed, and I was crying, And my grandmother said, "Oh, everything is impermanent. You will die too, So I was 5 years old, and my grandmother said, "You will die too," and I was shocked. But actually, that is the teaching from the Buddha, impermanence. And for me, that impermanence of teaching really impact my feeling, my life, and my sufferings and emotions. And also, I was a naughty boy when I was young. I'm kind of like restless little monkey, jump here and there. And sometimes I get scold from my mom. She never said, "You naughty." She will say, "Your action is not good." So there's a respect about basic goodness. We all have this wonderful nature, what we call Buddha nature, Spada Garbha. So that is also influenced by Buddha Dharma. So then I begin to learn the real actual Dharma when I was 9 years old. The reason is I have panic attacks. So dukkha. The dukkha is teacher and also become friends of my life. So everybody knows that Buddha was born in Nepal, Lumbini, and there's a kingdom, Kapilvastu, great kingdom there. And Buddha has everything, luxury life during those days, just like us. I think right now we are living in the very luxury life in the because of modern technology, right? So if you want to order, it's just tip of finger. We have in Nepal we have patao and now I forgot all the names. So if you're hungry, you can order anything on your smartphone. And where we are staying, normally before the food, cloth, the place to stay is very difficult, but now it's very convenient. The modern lives looks very convenient. But at the same time, the real state of the happiness doesn't improve much. And sometimes even become more suffer inside emotional level. Although we have all these things. So similarly, Buddha was a prince of the king, and there's a luxury life, but Buddha never satisfied. There's a question about meaning of life, question about where all these phenomena come from. So this question becomes stronger, stronger, and then in the end, Buddha left the kingdom and looked for the answer. And through many regions of India, in those days, there's a great scholars, meditators, siddhas, lot of great beings are there, and Buddha study from them, and Buddha is a genius. And within short period of time, Buddha learn everything, sometimes become better than teacher. Then Buddha thought, oh, study is not enough. So meditation is very important, because though he learned all of this, but still cannot satisfy. When Buddha went to Naranjan River near the Bodh Gaya, for 6 years, practiced rigid meditation. And Buddha didn't eat much, very, very rigid practice. And all the jhanas, gone through the different levels of jhana, become master of them, but still didn't satisfy, didn't get the full answer. So then in the end, Buddha let go. Let go of cognitive study, let go of rigid meditation and hardship, let it be as it is. So when Buddha let it be as it is, then something coming together. So what we call the middle way. So the practice in the Buddhism, we really believe about the what we call the view is the middle way, the meditation also the middle way, and the conduct application also the middle way. So the view is the middle way, that not nihilism, not nothing, but not existent, not eternalism, the middle way. Sometimes what we call the madhyamaka. And the meditation, also middle way, is not intellectually study, right, cognitive level only, or just state of the jhanas and tight and rigid only, not like that. So union of the cognitive from the vipassana, from the insight perspective, together with the concentration, experience, feeling, experiential level. These two together become union of shamatha and vipassana. So the conduct, non-violence, helping others. Not too tight about the, oh, this is right, this is wrong, I made a mistake, I'm not good. I have to correct from all the my action level, or not to lose. Like nihilism that, oh, you don't have future life, you don't have past life, whatever you can do, you just follow your wish. So not like that. So this teaching, the middle way, Buddha achieved enlightenment, of course, Buddha Gaya under Buddha tree, and from there, mainly, as Buddha said, Buddha has prophecy that in the future, this teaching go through the south and the north. So in Nepal, especially in the northern Nepal, we have these three yanas, Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, all harmony, and we all practice all these things. And these things are not just in the monasteries, in the spiritual community, and also throughout has a great influence into the, as I mentioned, in the local life, in the local, even the day-to-day life experience, in the conversation. The Buddha's teaching, the way of Buddha is really, really influence. So I don't want to take so much time, otherwise moderator might, I'm just kidding. So I want to conclude here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mujirun Boche. You give other people have more chance. You are even faster than the time. So our fourth speaker, the master, most venerable Dr. Tignatu. He shared in his paper, Harnessing Buddha Dharma, India leadership, global leadership, and the regional cooperation. And also, I have to read a little bit his, the Dr. Tignatu has Tignatu has a PhD in philosophy in University of Allahabad. As a doctor, author of the over 100 books with thousands of extensive teachings, he has become as a leading figure of the Vietnamese Buddhism globally. And he is currently the vice president of the IBC and vice president of the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha and the executive vice chancellor of Vietnam Buddhist University. Please, Venerable.
Your Eminence, most venerable delegates, friends in the Dhamma, very good afternoon. As a founding member of IBC, my observation is that since its inception in 2011, the IBC has been a global platform in uniting Buddhist communities, fostering dialogue, and promoting the values of Buddha Dhamma on international scale. As the first global Buddhist organization of its kind, IBC has successfully amplified the voice of Buddhism in contemporary global discourses, championing principles of peace, nonviolence in response to modern challenges. The first Asian Buddhist Summit, organized today and tomorrow in Ashok Hotel, New Delhi, under the theme of Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia, bring together Buddhist leaders, scholars, and policy makers from Asia to explore how Buddha Dhamma can promote peace, guiding Asia toward greater unity, cooperation, sustainable development, and long-term regional stability. In this regard, I would like to draw your attention on the following 5 points. Number one, Buddha Dhamma and India's Act policy. India's Act policy is more just not than a diplomatic strategy. It is a manifestation of India's historical and spiritual ties with Southeast Asia. Buddha Dhamma acts as the invisible strength binding these nations together, creating a shared founder that transcends borders and politics. The cultural and spiritual affinity rooted in over 2 millennia of Buddhist exchange offers a rare opportunity to lead not just the economic influence, but with moral authority. By embracing this heritage, India can inspire its neighbors to join in a collective vision of peace and development, reinforcing the interconnectedness that Buddhism has long promoted. Through the promotion of Buddha Dhamma, India has the potential to reshape regional cooperation into a form of diplomacy that prioritized ethical governance and mutual respect. As the birthplace of Buddhism, India is uniquely positioned to advocate for peaceful solution to the region's growing challenges. Number two, cultural diplomacy to Buddha Dhamma. In today's globalized world, the true strength of the nation lies not just in its economic or military power, but in its ability to influence hearts and minds of the nation and people. Buddha Dhamma offers India a profound advantage in this realm of cultural diplomacy. As the birthplace of Buddhism, India occupies a unique position in the global consciousness, enabling it to assert influence beyond the boundaries and conventional diplomacy. India's leadership is rooted in shared values of ethical governance, peace, and mutual respect value. Through diplomatic initiative and cultural exchanges centered around Buddha Dhamma, India can position itself as an inspiration of moral leadership. This form of soft power, rooted in compassion and nonviolence, not only strengthen India's ties with its neighbors, but also offer a hopeful alternative to the complete rival diplomacy that dominates today's world. In a world growing more divided, India's diplomacy that dominates today's world. In a world, India's promotion of Buddhist values presents a refreshed approach to international relations, one that focuses on lasting well-being rather quick wins, highlighting the strength of shared spiritual and ethical principles. Number three, promoting Buddhist heritage through pilgrimage and preservation. India's Buddhist heritage is not only a source of a national pride, but also a diplomatic asset of immense potential. Buddhist holy sites like Bodh Sanat, and Kusinaga are more than historical landmarks. They are living symbols of India's spiritual legacy, revered by millions of Buddhists across the globe. These sites serve as a powerful tools of cultural diplomacy, creating opportunity for India to foster deeper relations with neighboring nations through the shared reverence of Buddhism. By promoting professional Buddhist tourism, India can strengthen its diplomatic ties while promoting mutual respect and spiritual connection. India's Buddhist tourism, when managed professionally and sustainably, becomes a bridge for diplomacy, allowing the exchange of not just economic resources, but also cultural values and ethical understanding. As India promotes its Buddhist heritage, it must also embrace sustainable tourism practices to ensure that the sacred sites remain preserved for the future generations. By adopting eco-friendly policies and engaging local communities in the preservation process, India can protect its heritage while fostering goodwill and trust with other nations. This dual approach, blending tourism, ensure that Buddhist legacy remain both a source of economic wealth and a symbol of spiritual and diplomatic power. Number four, Buddhist values and sustainable development. The teaching of the Buddha is a treasure of the past. They are living principles that provide a framework for addressing the most urgent challenges of our time. As the world struggles with the environmental problem, the limited of climate change, the principle of ahimsa and karuna offer a moral compass for sustainable development. India had the opportunity to lead the global movement for environmental responsibility, demonstrating that ethical responsibility for the planet is as important as economic growth. India's leadership in renewable energy, like the International Solar Alliance, is evidence to its commitment to sustainability. However, by farming these efforts with the context of Buddha Dhamma, India can offer a more compelling negative. One connects the well-being of humanity with the health of the planet. The Buddhist philosophy of interdependence reminds us that all life is interconnected. The survival of humanity depends on the best for nature. By promoting these values on the global stage, India can inspire the other nations to follow suit, positioning itself not just as an economic leader, but also a moral guide in the fight against climate change. Number five, educational and cultural exchange. Education has always been a cornerstone of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage. Today, it offers a means of building lasting relationships with the other nations by promoting economic cooperation in Buddhist studies. India can deepen its ties with South Asia, a region that share a rich Buddhist history and philosophy. The revival of ancient centers of learning, such as the Nava- Nalanda Mahavira in 1951 and Nalanda University in 2010, offer a unique opportunity to India to reassert itself as a global hub for intellectual and spiritual exchange. These partnerships help India promote dialogues on critical global issues such as peace, ethical governance, conflict resolution, building the foundation for regional cooperation based on the shared values. Cultural exchange programs that promote Buddhist art, Buddhist cultural performance, and practice that can further enhance India's diplomatic influence, fostering intercultural dialogues and promoting tolerance. These initiatives create spaces where political differences can be set aside and cultural shared spiritual values can be separated. In a world increasingly divided by political and religious conflicts, India's leadership in promoting Buddha Dhamma offer a powerful tool for fostering peace, understanding, and long-term stability. By setting itself as a leader in both education and cultural diplomacy, India can use its Buddhist heritage as a force for the good in the global community, offering a vision of the world where cooperation and mutual respect prevail over division and conflict. In conclusion, India, with its timeless Buddhist heritage, has reshaped its role on the global stage. By promoting Buddha Dhamma, it did not only enhance its soft power, but also emerged as a leader in global peace, stability, and ethical governance. Through cultural diplomacy, sustainable development initiatives, and educational exchanges, India has unique opportunity to strengthen its regional ties while asserting its leadership in global governance. The principles of peace, compassion, nonviolence, wisdom, deeply embedded in the Dhamma, offer a pathway to the future characterized by peace, cooperation, and shared sustainable development. IBC, in my belief, initiating the first Asian Buddhist summit today will continue to demonstrate its commitment to these values, making itself as a beacon of hope in promoting a unified Buddhist vision for Asia and the world in general. While its growing influence and dedication, the IBC stands as a structured platform of Buddha Dhamma, guiding nations toward a future of peace, stability, and collective growth. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you for your listening.
Oh, thank you very much, Venerable. So now our final speaker, the session was the Venerable Arya Wangso. He will present his paper, Study and Trace the Buddha Charya for the dissemination of the Buddha Dharma. Venerable Arya Wangso.
I would like explain Buddha Charya for the dissemination of Buddha Dhamma. It's my great opportunity to be here. I am very pleased to speak about Buddha Charya and the dissemination of Buddha Dhamma. I will briefly discuss how Lord Buddha three virtues were demonstrated to by his three conduct of Buddha Charya, and 5 daily continue for 45 years for the benefit of the people of compassion for the world. It is a precious model for those with the mission of disseminating Buddhism. Learning about Buddha Charya can answer questions such as why Buddhism has continued for more than 2,600 years. Why Buddha Dhamma has been disseminated globally. And why now Buddhists return to Chambudavipa again. Lord Buddha has brightened the world as trainable human being who practice relying on oneself, relying on Dhamma. The entire universe has been lit up. These three virtues, wisdom, purity, and compassion. 80 years of age of Lord Buddha. If he entered Parinibbana, having implemented his Buddha Chariya, complete with the most sublime moral principle. Buddha Chariya refer to the beneficent conduct of the Buddha that serve as the model for his disciples to follow to attain three levels of benefit, those of one own, of other people, and Dhamma benefit. During the first retreat at Isipatana, Merukatayuan Deer Park near Varanasi, the Buddha declared the following instruction to his 60 Arhanta disciple by Pali word. Jaratha Pikave Jarikang, Puchana Hitaya, Puchana Sukhaya, Lokanukampaya, Attaya, Isaya, Sukhaya, Satta, Devanusasa, Sanang. Desetha, Sammang, Adikarayanang, Mache, Karayanang, Pariyosa, Karayanang. Satang, Sabayanang, Kewa, Paribunang, Parisutang, Brahmacharyang Pakasetha, Bali word. Translate to English. Now go forth for the benefit and happiness of the many, out of compassion for the world, for the welfare and happiness of Deva and human, mean not two of you. Go in the same direction. Let each of you go alone in a particular direction. Teach the Dhamma, which is beautiful in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end, both in the contextual meaning and the literal one. Those words indicated his intention that in the dissemination of his Dhamma Vinaya, they should observe his Buddha Chariya, which are Bali Lokatha Chariya, meaning conduct for the well-being of mankind. 2. Yatatha Chariya, conduct for the benefit of relative. And 3. Muttata Chariya, beneficent conduct as duty of the Buddha. His Buddha Chariya was evident by way of the 5 daily routine, namely, the first early morning arm round, Dhamma discourse later in the morning, evening instruction to bhikkhus, answering questions from Deva at midnight, extend his jhana before dawn, seeking out those worthy of his teaching. Bali word บุพเนหะมินทปาตังสายะเนหะธรรมเดสนังวโดเซภิกขุโอวดังอัทธรเตเทวปนานังอุตุเสวะกเตกะเรบปะปะเววิโลกานัง This is a 5 daily routine of Lord Buddha. 45 years of Lord Buddha. People with spiritual influence to Indians, such as Rabindranath Tagore, Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, share similar opinion that Lord Buddha Dhamma, as manifested in his Buddha Chariya, hold great implication for international peace and universal fraternity, especially in this time that the world is confronted with extreme conflict, resulting in widespread war and destruction. In his speech at the Mahabodhi Society, Calcutta, Rabindranath Tagore said that he will be our refuge who manifested the idea of man in himself, who spoke of the liberation by the practice of self-giving through right action. Matama Kanti expresses his opinion, reflecting Buddha Jariya as follows. You who do well to hold the Buddha as your teacher will do well to explore the limitless possibility of non-violence or ahimsa. The effect of the Buddha non-violent action persist and are likely to grow with it. Jawaharlal Nehru clearly understood Buddhacharya in Lord Buddha daily routines and in his Dhamma teaching, as in this word, he who conquered himself in the greatest victor. He preached without any religious sanction or any reference to God. He relied on reason and logic and experience and asked people to seek the truth in their own minds. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, social philosophy on principle of life could be summed up in three words: liberty, equality, and fraternity, which he said he based on his study of the Buddha teachings. He was recognized as having brought Buddhism back to Jambudvipa in the historic conversion 2499 Buddhist era. The date is also known as Vijayadasami, and it is believed to be the day when King Asoka the Great converted to Buddhism and declared his determination to kindness and diplomacy install of military force. Such principle is called Dhamma Vijaya, which means victory by the power of Dhamma. The Buddha life and teachings and Buddha Jariya is now having an influence on the religious thinking of people in Western countries. Niyamata Pali, Dhamma Niyamata or action law, Dhamma Niyamata or Dhamma law, along with the purity of his conduct, not only for Buddhists, but also for the global community. It should begin by self-development to be complete with mindfulness and wisdom and the right effort. The following three Dhammas are the essence of Buddha Jariya. Managing oneself with Brahma Vihara, managing people with Sakhavatu Dhamma, and managing word with Itibada Dhamma. Those who wish to follow the path of Buddha Jariya, to disseminate Buddha Dhamma for true Dhamma benefit, must study and practice according to the Ovatapati Mokha, Ovatapati Mokha, which Lord Buddha expounded on Maka Aranta disciple at Veluvana Mahavihara Rajagi, or now Mihansate, that put together Buddha Jariya in the three principles, four ideologies, and six practice. The six rules of practice are: 1. Not insulting. 2. Not harming. 3. Observe the monastic discipline carefully. 4. Moderation of food. 5. Contentment with one dwelling. And 6. Devotion of meditation. พระ Ovatadimokkha is the path that truly reflects Buddha Jariya. In proclaiming Buddha Jariya refers to the beneficent conduct of the Buddha, displaying his virtues, wisdom, good conduct, Lokatha Jariya, Yatatha Jariya, and Buddhatha Jariya, as evident in his 5 daily routine. Bupa Neha Desanang, Madose Piku Ovadang, Atharate Teva Pananang, Pachusewa Katekare Bapa Peviro Kanang, morning palm round. late morning Dhamma discourse, evening instruction to bhikkhus, midnight response to question from Deva, beings suitable for his teaching. Any Buddha Dhamma, the benefits of Buddha Jariya, they should be cherished as the model by teaching Dhamma that demonstrate the virtue of Sila, Samadhi, and Panya for the actual, full, and complete in that the dissemination of Buddha Dhamma, but consider the three Buddha Jariya with sum up three principles. 1. Knowledge and understanding, leading to confidence in the virtue oneself to have wisdom, to clearly realize Ariya Satya Dhamma, free from defilements, perform one's own benefit with perfection, cultivate oneself to be truly wholesome, in accordance with Dhamma teaching, and then reach out and help others. 2. Knowledge and understanding in his purity. He humbly invite for practice to cultivate one's body, spirit, and mind toward purification. 3. Knowledge and understanding in his compassion to build up aspiration and temperament, to help people listen to Dhamma discourse and practice according to the Buddha Dhamma, regardless of class, race, and nationality. It should be done with loving kindness and compassion for Dhamma benefit. Lord Buddha's dissemination of Buddha Dhamma has been acknowledged by the whole world. For the way is what conducted by peaceful method, for the peace, for the real welfare and happiness of mankind, for the true support of the world. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami, dhammang saranang gacchami, sanghang saranang gacchami, dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, saranang gacchami, tatiyampi buddhang saranang, dhammang saranang gacchami, tatiyang gacchami. My blessing to all of you.
Oh, thank you very much, Vinipur Arya Wangso. That's beautiful. And I thank you for everybody. The presenters did so well and so on time and so perfect. So if it's, everyone will have some questions, probably please try to direct question, direct way, and just the straightforward question, not to, we don't have a lot of time. We did time control very well, but we start a little bit late, so that's why maybe we have short time. So if you have any more questions, please welcome.
Yeah, please. We have a microphone. Bring a cordless microphone there. Please hold it.
There's one question here in front.
We are very thankful to all of you. Very nicely you have explained the Buddha's teaching and Buddhacharya. At this modern age, how can you explain that God realms and human realms? When Buddha explained 33 kinds of planes in the universe, 31 kinds. So, at this scientific time, how to explain the God's existence? If you enlighten on this, so that will be very beneficial for, because when Buddha was teaching to the gods also, and there are many references in the Tripitaka. Many times gods from the other planets, they used to come to Buddha and visit Buddha and get his advices. So those are references are there in the Tripitaka. How can you explain in this modern age? Thank you.
Venerable, in the Indian dharmic tradition, by God we mean, as understood in the Vedantic tradition, Brahman, the ultimate authority. And to put it roughly, it's almost impossible to explain this in human language, and you can't make a picture of that ultimate authority, Brahman. This is one perspective of understanding the cosmology, I think. The other thing is that the so-called ultimate authority basically runs this universe. From Buddhist perspective, there is no such authority. It is sort of natural law. The Buddha Dharma basically is the natural law. It has its own way of functioning. There is no special power to run it. Now, coming to different, Indic dharmic tradition itself understands that there are various dimensions of existence where beings exist. Now, according to the Buddhist perspective, these heavens also fall within the samsara. In the Brahmanic perspective, the different heavens fall beyond the samsara. So once you reach one of these heavens, you live there forever. But from Buddhist perspective, this samsara, which includes the heavens, so when you go to one of these heavens, you still are subject to death and decay. So all the gods also die and they fall down. And so therefore, every god, every goddess, various kinds of hell beings, all are subject to the doctrine of karma. And till they attain nirvana, whether they live in hell or in heaven or whichever dimension, they are subject to this death and decay. Only after you attain nirvana, you are not subject to this kind of death and decay. And what exactly does nirvana mean? One definition which we understand is that you cease to exist. You no longer exist. So therefore there is no being, and so therefore there is no existence for you. Thank you.
Yeah. Next question.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much for the honor of being here at the Asian Buddhist Summit. This thank you is from everyone which is attending this summit. I'd like to ask the question from language of the Buddha, teachings of the Buddha, scientific causes of understanding the brain the mind, the philosophies through the prophecies. We know it all. Where have we gapped in the education system of the world where none of these aspects have been discussed or brought up? What is stopping us to integrate this knowledge into the education system of the world? Thank you.
I would have to put on two hats. One as a neuroscientist, actually three hats. One as a neuroscientist, one as a physicist, and then one as a Buddhist. And the question, you have to define more precisely what you are asking to answer.
Professor Sion, please keep the microphone close to your mouth.
Oh,
Yeah, please.
yeah. You have to define. You have to define your question very precisely to answer it. But the best I can answer will be, if I understand correctly, your question is Buddhist teachings, can they be seen in a wider way? Is that what you are asking?
Question would be, since we know what is good for us,
Yeah.
Buddha Dharma has taught it many aspects, and
Yeah.
for the same reason, from we have learned not just the language and the ways, it is also proven by science how it works. The children of today, starting at a very young age, if such teachings are brought to their light, knowing that they are not going to last forever, this is the teaching of the Buddha, this is the teaching of the way of the world, this is the teachings of the way the governments work, and this is what science has proved it, then what's stopping us from bringing it to the education of very young children in ways that they can understand?
I don't think I will be able to answer this question precisely. I would have to pass it on to other people. However, after this session is over, I'll be happy to talk with you.
Thank you.
To break down the question, then see how best I can answer it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to answer the question, which is the gods, goddess. So normally in the Buddha's teaching, we talk about the 6 realms, and within the 6 realms, there's the gods. But are they scientifically can perceive them or not? So this question is depend on the within the, for example, in Tibetan Buddhism, we have this Abhidharma Kosha. So within the Abhidharma Kosha set, Zunchul Shende Mato Bateda Goma Tuami. Lula Ome Mingmai, Mig Gome Sumai. So this is in Tibetan. So of course, you will not understand directly. But meaning the gods, based on the human perception, that what we perceive this world, this human like cocoon, so we cannot perceive beyond that. Therefore, if we send rockets from the earth 10 direction, maybe faster than the speed of light, which is in physics impossible, but let's say billions of years, you cannot find God ram based on our own perception. But it's not nothing. When we ready to perceive, it's just right here, the God ram. So the main thing is the nature of phenomena not exist. It's emptiness, but it's also not nothing. It is creation of our own mind. So it depends on our karmic perception. And the second question, I think, about the education system, I think it's really, really important to integrate this Buddha's teaching in from the school. So now in Nepal, I have monastery, so we have the monastic school. So we have more freedom to apply this, join with the modern education with this ancient heart and wisdom. So we are doing that. So it's really, really beneficial for the kids. So I hope in the future, more in the schools and university, we can combine these things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Sorry, I'm not a person of science, but a lot of my friends, Tibetan friends, emphasize a lot on science and brain and so on and so forth in Buddhism. I'm sorry, I don't really understand much of it. I follow the Theravada tradition, but let me start. Let me answer your question by giving a simple example from daily life. For example, when we were having lunch outside a couple of hours ago, more than half of the people I was watching left food in their plates. So a typical Buddhist scholar, including large number of venerables, put more food in their plates than they can eat. This really makes no sense. So if you apply Buddha Dharma in your life, I don't think you would do a thing like that. So 99% of the people, I think, literally violate the Dharma, Buddha Dharma, by behaving like that. But why do they do that? Because we have not been sensitized not to do that. I think this is I have done some work with some NGOs. They often refer to this kind of behavior of human beings. Some very nice, good people, well-meaning people indulge in a lot of wastage and also a lot of other kind of behavior which is very, very harmful to the world. And when you walk up to one of these persons and tell this person, Doctor, why did you waste this food? Why did you put more food in your plate? I was a professor at Delhi University. In fact, once I got into very big trouble with some of my colleagues. And we were having lunch and nearly everybody put more food in his plate than could eat. I walked up to one of the professors. He was a dean. I said, but you are a professor, you got a PhD, and why do you think you did this? He got very angry and very upset. And a couple of months later, I saw the same professor doing exactly the same thing. He did not even learn from the thing I told him, which makes absolutely no sense. Why? Because from Buddhist perspective, it is very difficult to teach adults. They have already become sort of hardened. They do not learn. So when do you teach a person to behave? That is when you're very young, as a little child. So what we need to do is, the best place to teach Buddha Dharma is to those little boys and girls in school. That is the time when you can sensitize. There's one.
So this will be the last question. We can keep questions
This is
for
the last question.
Yeah. Yeah.
My respect to all the venerable. My question is, as we are talking about spreading the Buddha's Dhamma, and as our Bhante said that Charatave Bhikkhave, where Buddha has said about dissemination of Buddhas during Buddha's time, mostly to the monks. So I was deeply wondering at this summit, what I would like to understand is, what would be the perspective of lay people in disseminating Buddhism in Asia and all over the world? So what should be our role besides? Thank you.
Two groups of disciples of the Buddha: monastic disciple and lay devotee. In terms of lay devotee, we can spread the message of peace. That is the most important factor of cultural diplomacy, I consider all the teachings of Buddha as the way to strengthen the soft power for the with our fellow. But every day we should practice meditation, especially vipassana, in order to control and overcome the negative feelings and emotional reactions. These emotional reaction negatively will create a lot of sufferings and problems for human relationship. As in these vipassana, observing the and seeing that as the destruction done with number two, we should together um, uh, grasp the teaching of Buddha in terms of education. Education means educate people for practice of uh, wisdom and practice of morality. So by doing this, we can not be trouble and struck with the law, and then we can have very happy life and peaceful life. And number three, um, by encouraging people to study the Buddhist philosophy in application, not philosophy in theory, then people can learn more and more about the value taught by the Buddha. So uh, in this regard, I think no boundary and limit for the devotee to do the distribution of the Buddha teaching to the people at large. And in many cases, as a lay people, you can do more effective compared to the monks. Monks cannot go to the market. Monks cannot go to the some negative places. As a lay Buddha, you can go anywhere, and you just act as a symbol of the practitioner. Then I think you can let more people learn and practice Buddhism for their happiness and for their enlightenment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And we are Buddha's disciples, different colors of robes, and we are all different language background together. Enjoy very much, and this is very fortunate. So we have to wrap today, and so my role is not answering questions. So, in anybody want questions to me, if you recognize me around, I'm happy to answer, but not this time. It's not my role. So, everybody, thank you. We finish.
Thank you so much, His Eminence, and all the speakers. I will request all of you to please remain on stage for 2 more minutes. And I will invite our Secretary General IBC, Shatse Jangchup Choyden Rinpoche, to come on a stage and felicitate the moderator and speakers of this session. The theme and topic of this session was dissemination of Buddha Dhamma in Asia. And this is being concluded. And after that, we will have one more session that will be focusing on the one region of Asia, and that is South Asia. So before that, let's put our hands together to express our gratitude to all the speakers and moderator. In this session, the moderator was His Eminence Sharakhantrul Jamphel Lodro Rinpoche from Australia, and he moderated this session. And in this session, we had with us from Nepal, Most Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche. He was here. Besides that, from Vietnam, we had Most Venerable Thich Nhat Tu, Standing VC Vietnam Buddhist University Vietnam, and also from Thailand, Most Venerable Aryavangso, who participated in this session. And Professor Sion Ramon was also part of this session as a speaker. Professor Sion Raman is affiliate professor, Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, University of Washington, USA. And we also had in this session Professor KTS Sarao from India. He is a former HOD, Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, India. So we express our gratitude to all the speakers and moderators who participated and enlightened us through their thoughts, their deliberations. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We are grateful to all the speakers and moderator of this session. And before we move on to the next technical session, focusing South Asia, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very informative, very meaningful and useful film on Ketumati. And let's see that film. We will be screening that film on Ketumati. And after that, we will participate in our next technical session, focusing South Asia. Let's have the film.
The notion of Kashi as a city of paradoxes of unity is not only captivating, but also thought provoking in its complexity. Here, the distilled essence of the threshold between the material and the transcendental intervenes with knowledge and wisdom. For centuries, nestled on the banks of Mother Ganga, this city has been a cradle of continued Indian culture. The Holy Land is enriched by the presence of sannyasis, monks, seekers, sadhus, pilgrims, and scholars of traditional arts, all of whom are woven into its fabric, juxtaposed to convey that sense of spiritual multiculturalism, concord, and peace. Under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's leadership, this initiative aims to position Varanasi not only as a major spiritual center, but also as a vibrant cultural hub that showcases India's rich heritage.
हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिसने दुनिया को युद्ध नहीं बुद्ध दिए हैं शांति का संदेश दिया
revitalization of Varanasi represents a vibrant facet of India's broader national development strategy, emphasizing the need to preserve and promote the cultural and historical significance of this ancient city. Kashi, also known as Banaras or Varanasi, encapsulates the rich reciprocity between history and modernity, illustrating how cities can preserve their heritage as the oldest continuously inhabited centers in the world while adapting to the contemporary pulse of life. Varanasi's association with the cycle of life and death resonates deeply within the Buddhist thought, as it is situated on the banks of Mother Ganga, a site of both liberation and spiritual upliftment. As we reflect on the legacy of Gautam Buddha and the prophesied coming of Maitreya, we see a continuous thread of spiritual aspiration and renewal.
The Venerable Sariputta asked Buddha to explain regarding the future Buddha. Then Buddha mentioned in the future, by the name of Maitreya, next Buddha is coming. He will take birth in the city of Ketumati. And the city of Ketumati in the future will be the city of Varanasi, meaning the Varanasi having different name. During the Buddha's time, among the 16 kingdoms, Kasi, Kosala, then like that the Paduma, Utpala, Mandara, Ketumati, Ramya Nagara, or Brahmavardhana, these are the names of Varanasi.
As we reflect on the legacy of Gautama the Buddha and the prophesied coming of Maitreya, we see a continuous thread of spiritual aspiration and renewal. In the Buddha Dhamma, time and history are viewed cyclically, with epoch of arising and passing away.
मैत्रेय बुद्ध तो एक तो आए हैं चक्रवर्ती सेनानी भगवान बुद्ध के समय से ही चल रहा है और ये भगवान बुद्ध के समय से चल रहा है। यहाँ कहा गया है कि सारिपुत्र और भगवान बुद्ध के बीच में संवाद है। सारिपुत्र कुछ प्रश्न करते हैं कि भाई भविष्य में क्या होगा, जब आपका धर्म का लोप हो जाएगा और इस लोक में अनाचार होगा तब क्या होगा। तब भगवान बुद्ध जो है, जो सम्यक संबुद्ध होता है, उसके साथ 6 अभिज्ञाएं होती है। 6 अभिज्ञा क्या होती है? वह दिव्य चक्षु होता है, यानी डिवाइन आई, वह कहीं भी देख सकता है। दिव्य श्रोत होता है, कहीं वो सुन सकता है। चेतो परियान, दूसरे के चित्त को वह जान सकता है, परिचित ज्ञान होता है उसको। पूर्वे निवासानुसतियान, यानी पूर्व जन्मों को उसका भी ज्ञान है और दूसरा जो सामने वाला है उसको भी उसका ज्ञान हो जाता है। हाँ सोच है, इस तरह से जो है वो अभिज्ञा है। तो बुद्ध जो है विज्ञा से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो वही अभिज्ञा के बल पर वो बतलाते हैं कि आगे ये बुद्ध होंगे।
This perspective shapes the belief that while the arrival of Maitreya is distant, it is a natural part of this cosmic cycle. Thus, the emphasis is on individual spiritual preparation rather than attempting to precipitate this future age, an ongoing promise of hope for humanity. It is said that when the time is right, Maitreya is prophesied to arise.
You can find the huge description in Digha Nikaya. There, it is very clearly mentioned about the Ketumati. अशीतिवत्स सहस्रायुकेषु भिक्खवे मनुष्येषु अयं वाराणसी केतुमती नाम राजधानी भविष्यति युद्धा चैव भीता च बहुजना च आकिन्न मनुष्या च सुभिक्षा च. They, a Maitreya takes birth. अशीतिवत्स सहस्रायुकेषु भिक्खवे मनुष्येषु मेत्तेयो नाम भगवा लोके उपज्जिष्यति.
It is said that when the time is right, Maitreya is prophesied to arise. He currently resides in the Tushita heaven, a celestial realm where bodhisattvas await before attaining Buddhahood in the human world.
We often mention Ramarajya, ideal state. So, the Ketumati Nagar will be the ideal city where people will live the life of moral righteousness, the life of compassion, wisdom, peace, and they will have a long life. So, Ketumati of the future, Bharat Bhumi, will be the center of earth, and it will be the most ideal capital on the entire earth, which will establish or which will show the path of the righteousness and path of compassion, friendliness, joy, happiness to the entire world.
Buddha or the enlightened one can arise only in the human world, and when the lifespan of the human being is at least 100 years or not more than 1 lakh years. So the lifespan keep on changing according to the merits and the punyas of the human being performing in their contemporary age. Like now, and the Buddha arrives when the lifespan is in the decreasing mode, when it was 120 years at the time of the Gautama Buddha. Now, still it is decreasing, and it decreases 1 year in 100 years.
Now, if we talk about the ethnography description of Maitreya Buddha, that will be almost same as a Gautam Buddha. He will be always shown as a sitting position and in the lotus. Sometimes he can be shown in the standing position, and in the mudras are always in the Dhammachak mudra or Varad mudra, sometimes in the Abhay mudra too. In some time we can see at the foot of his palms the sign of Dhamchak symbol, and is his head we can see the crown, and his face will be very compassionate with a smiling face.
Maitreya is prophesied to be reborn at Ketumati, which is identified from the place in Varanasi. And I think that Varanasi, why it was destined that Maitreya will be born at Ketumati. I think that because Buddha has given his first sermon at Isipatan Sarnath, that is very near to Varanasi, ancient Kasi or Varanasi. So it is going to, as per the concept of Maitreya Buddha, we consider that the Maitreya Buddha is going to take born in the, consider a future Buddha, and future Buddha is supposed to revive the Buddhist teachings once again in modern world whenever he will get born.
Several esteemed scholars from various universities across India reflect on Maitreya's significance within the context of Varanasi.
Maitreya Buddha, who will be the future Buddha. And he will take birth in the Bhadrakalpa, means auspicious eon. According to the Pali and Sanskrit Buddhist literature, he will take birth in the city of Ketumati, which will be the city of Varanasi.
As we look towards the future, it unfolds with myriad possibilities, shaped by innovation, sustainability, and evolving human aspirations.
मैत्रेय बुद्ध या मैत्रेय नाथ जो पाली में है, जो संस्कृत में मैत्रेय है, वो फ्यूचर बुद्ध है। मतलब जो ट्रेडिशन है, जो परंपरा है, उसके हिसाब से है कि गौतम बुद्ध के बाद जो बुद्ध आएंगे वो मैत्रेय बुद्ध होंगे और इनका जन्म होगा केतुमती में। केतुमती जो सिटी है वो जो लिटरेचर में जिसका वर्णन है वो हमारे वाराणसी में जो काशी है वहां पे ये केतुमती शहर है और इसका वर्णन बहुत सारे जो पाली के टेक्स्ट हैं उसमें भी है। आप जो वंश लिटरेचर है, वंश साहित्य, पाली भाषा का एक बहुत ही फेमस प्रसिद्ध वो साहित्य है, उसमें वंश लिटरेचर है, दीप वंश, महावंश और अनागत वंश। तो अनागत वंश में भी जो फ्यूचर बुद्ध हैं उनके बारे में, जो आने वाले बुद्ध हैं उनके बारे में उसका वर्णन आपको मिलता है।
While we navigate the sacred landscape of Varanasi to uncover Ketumati, the birthplace of Maitreya.
References to the Maitreya Buddha in the Sakkabhuti Sinhanada Sutta of the Digha Nikaya and the Mahavangsha of the Khuddaka Nikaya of the Pali Canon and other Mahayana Buddhist texts like Mahabostu, Lotus Sutra, Mahayana Sutra Lankara, etc. According to this Sakkabhuti Sinhanada Sutta, the Maitreya Buddha will appear in Varanasi, Ketumati, after the end of the present Buddha era. It describes poverty, corruption, and crime as the fundamental causes of downfall of humanity and suggests noble duties of the king, government, as an antidote to overcome these challenges.
We find that it will not merely retain its historical and spiritual essence, but will embody the very essence of the Buddha's Dhamma vision. Thank you for joining us on this journey through time and prophecy. In our pursuit to trace the evolution of Buddha Dhamma teachings through the lens of human aspirations, may the wisdom of the past continue to inspire and guide us towards a more enlightened future.
So this was the film on Ketumati. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the theme of this first Asian Buddhist Summit is Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia. And in upcoming sessions, we are focusing on different regions of Asia in each session. And right now, we are going to have a session on South Asia. I will invite the moderator and the speakers of this session. This is being moderated by Professor Dr. Susanne von der Heyd from Germany. Professor is chairperson, Himalaya Foundation, Germany. I will request her to please come on the stage. The speakers in this session are Venerable Dr. Khenpo Chotin Dorji from Bhutan. Venerable is Secretary Council for Administration and Development Affairs, Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Next speaker is Professor Basant Kumar Bidari from Nepal. He is Archaeological Advisor, Lumbini Development Trust, Nepal. Most Venerable Vaskadube Mahindavansa Mahanaikathero from Sri Lanka. He will be one of the speakers. He is Chief about Samkiling Pali and Sanskrit Cultural Exchange Center, Sri Lanka. Venerable Dr. Pragyalankar Bhikkhu from India. He will also be on stage in this session. He is Joint Registrar, Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan. And I will also invite Venerable Ananda Bhante from India, General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society of India, Bangalore, India. So I will request all these speakers and the moderator to be on stage so that we can start this session focusing the region in South Asia, that is South Asia, in region in the Asia, South Asia. Please come.
Very, very nice to meet with you all. I think not everybody has come back yet. So we have to start anyhow. I'm next to the start. Venerable Sangha, dear delegates, friends and guests from Asia and beyond, I'm very happy to convene this session on South Asia because actually Buddha Dharma has been an important cultural and religious bridge between India and adjacent countries like Nepal, like Bangladesh, like Sri Lanka, like Pakistan. And I'm very honored to convene this session here, and I will go not more into details and will introduce at the first speaker, our Venerable Khenpo Dr. Chotin Dorji from Bhutan, who is the Secretary of the Council for Administration and Development Affairs of the Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Actually, Venerable Khenpo has been in different positions before, and he has his BA and his master's degree, as well as his PhD from the Mahidol University in Thailand, and also has worked as concurrently a research fellow at the Bukkyo Dendo Kyokai and at the Kyoto University. And we are happy to and excited to hear now your presentation on the role of Buddhist literature and philosophy in the 21st century. Thank you so much.